I'm informed that we have a quorum, and accordingly would ask the town meeting members to take their seats. The town meeting will come to order. I'm pleased to introduce to the town meeting a member of Girl Scouts Troop 77026, Elizabeth Rosemanet, who will lead us in presenting the colors and the Pledge of Allegiance. Elizabeth.
Good evening. Town meeting members, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to begin. Please stand for our ceremony. Girl Scouts, attention. Color Guard, attention. Color Guard, advance. Color Guard, present the colors. Please join in saying the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Color Guard, place the colors. Color Guard, retreat. Town meeting members, ladies and gentlemen, the town moderator, Peter Haley.
Thank you very much, Elizabeth, and thank you to the Troop 77026. After the first 3 hours of opening remarks, the Girl Scout troops will be available for refreshments and water, so we'll all leave by that point. A few prefatory announcements and recognitions. First, we've recently lost two former members of what we now know as the Select Board. Paul Amico was a graduate of Winchester High School, a football player here and at the University of New Hampshire. He went on to Boston College Law School and Babson College, where he received his MBA. He served honorably in the United States Navy. He was a selectman here in Winchester in the late 1960s, early 1970s. He was the chairman of the board, then known as the Board of Selectmen, in 1969, a time when political giants roamed the earth, serving with both Whip Saltmarsh and John Sullivan. Mr. Amico gave tremendously to the community, was a great sponsor of others as they came along, and gave a lot of his time and effort to making the community that he lived in and grew up in a better place. Also recently, we lost Larry Smith. Larry was the chairperson of the Board of Selectmen in 1976, also a graduate of this high school. I graduated from this high school in 1976, in the year that Larry was the chairperson, and I have to say that I knew nothing of the Board of Selectmen at the time. I did have a great deal of controversy with the school committee, who fired the hockey coach for being too good of an AP U.S. history teacher. There was a small subset of hockey players who are also AP U.S. history students, and I was the one person in that subset. Didn't go well for me. But the thing that I remember best about Larry Smith is that when I ran for school committee myself, life is cruel that way, some 22 years later in 1998, Larry sat there patiently in the living room in which I was making my introductory remarks. He listened, spoke to me afterwards, and as I left the home that night, I thought, there's the model of what you want to be as a former member of the board in Winchester. He was gracious, helpful, still participating, and I thought to myself, you know, if I ever get to that point, that's what I want to be like. Unfortunately, I found that too difficult, but I am friendly with Tom Howley, who carries out all of those attributes. But Larry, like Paul Amico, gave a lot of his time to the community, was deeply invested in the betterment of all the citizens and school children. And I'd like to take a brief moment of silence to remember Mr. Amico and Mr. Smith. Thank you very much. I'd like to congratulate the new members of the elected board, Jackie Welch, who's joined us on the select board, and thank Jim Whitehead for his great service to the town. Similarly, on the school committee, we're joined by Zena Marchand and Brian Bernaya. Brian is making the reverse commute from Mammon to God from the finance committee to the school committee. We're appreciative of that. I'd also like to thank Ms. Money, who participated in that race. And on the planning board, Ms. Kreger and Ms. Meister, who returned to the planning board. And also I'd like to thank Tony campaign for the planning board as well. Tony is somebody who stands up for limited government, a voice that we don't hear a lot of, but he is unafraid to state his opinions and was a great candidate and remains a great member of the meeting. So we're appreciative of his continued participation in our affairs. Also, this evening, for those of you who don't know, will be the last meeting at which Richard Howard sits with us as the town manager. Richard has announced his retirement, and he will be leaving us. I mentioned to him that before the meeting started that when he comes here next year and the year after, it will just be as a spectator. We are blessed by many things in our community, a great spirit of volunteerism, great attributes, both the physical beauty of the community and the resources that the town members bring to it. But in the last few years, we have been blessed most of all by Richard's participation in our community. He has brought to that task a great sense of the political, and more important, a great sense of the practical. He is hugely skilled as an administrator, aware of all the comings and goings of the political issues that froth around us, but in the midst of all that, maintains an even keel, a direct and dispassionate view of the facts, and has guided our community through a period of tremendous growth and achievement. And we owe him all of us owe him a deep debt of gratitude for that service. Thank you, Richard. Finally, last but not least, a long time ago, well over 40 years or so, a young man moved to our community. At the time, he was starting his own career as an architect, and he moved to town at a time when all of a sudden on the outskirts of town out in Burlington, they were building a mall, and our community, once home to urban department stores such as Filene's and Peck & Peck, was changing dramatically. There were a lot of monies available from the federal government and the state government to change the look of our town and our downtown area. Medford and a number of other communities had accepted those funds, and their idea was that they would stop all of the automobile traffic running through the center of town and make everything a grand pedestrian plaza. That turned out, with the availability of the money, it was very attractive to many people, including many people and many of the people in government in Winchester at the time. But this young man saw, in fact, what was to be in Medford, which was the failure, unfortunately, of their downtown area, and prevented that very same failure from taking place here. He stood up, he spoke against the powers that be at the moment, at that point in time, and he successfully advocated for the creation of what is now the Crown at all times continued that vigorous advocacy for what he believes to be right, and he has at all times done so in a way which has benefited immeasurably the town of Winchester. Unfortunately, I'm informed that this spring town meeting will be his last town meeting as he prepares to sell his home in town and move on to a community which he has participated in planning. But he is someone that we also owe a deep debt of gratitude to for his service to all of us. So, Charles Sekeres, thank you very much. It's a really nice way with profanity that I've never been able to pull off myself. I've always admired it from afar. So the town charter provides that we're not able to take up financial articles in the town meeting until after the first Monday in May. So tonight we will, after the initial reports, try to move ourselves through Articles 1 through 12, which are articles that don't involve the appropriation of funds. On Thursday, May 3rd, we will not be meeting because of the Hall of Fame banquet, which will take place this Thursday night, May 3rd. We will reconvene on Monday, May 7th, and I believe we will also reconvene on Thursday, May 10th. So tonight, two quick meetings on the 7th and the 10th, and we should be able to administer the some $100 million budget proposal in front of us and move through the rest of our business. So this brings us to the preliminary motions before the town meeting. Those motions that Richard Howard, town manager, Stacey Ward, town controller, Arthur Krieger, Nina Porteous, Austin Anderson, town council, and Mark Dugas, assistant town manager, who are not town meeting members, be permitted to sit in front of the auditorium of the Board of Selectmen during all sessions of this town meeting. That all members of the Finance Committee and their secretary, whether town meeting members or not, be permitted to sit together in front of the auditorium during all sessions of this town meeting. The town clerk, or designee or assistant town clerk, be permitted to occupy a desk on the platform during all sessions of this town meeting. That the moderator be authorized to permit members of various town boards, commissions, committees, department heads, and petitions, special articles, to sit in front of the auditorium during consideration of appropriate articles, and unless it be otherwise ordered, all adjourned sessions of this town meeting shall be held on successive Thursday, Monday evenings at 7:30 p.m. in the Winchester High School auditorium until the work of this town meeting is completed. That cable television coverage shall be permitted at all sessions of this town meeting. Those motions have been made and seconded. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion's passed. This brings us to Article 1, which is the report of the town officers. The first report from the Select Board and Chairperson Michael Bettencourt. Mr. Bettencourt. Before Mr. Bettencourt begins, the town clerk reminds me that we have a number of new town meeting members who need to be sworn in this evening, so while we're getting ready, we'll do that. So if the new town meeting members or those recently reelected, please stand, raise your right hand, and repeat after me. I do solemnly affirm that I will faithfully and impartially discharge and perform all the duties of the office which I have been elected in accordance with the laws of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts and the charter and bylaws of the town of Winchester. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, town meeting. The select board has been extremely busy over the past several months, but before we get into the details, on behalf of the board, I want to thank Jim Whitehead for his many years of dedication and service to the town, including his work with the Conservation Commission, the Right Lock Farm Conservancy, and the select board. Without Jim's leadership, Winchester would not be the place it is today, and we thank you. As Jim transitions off the board. I'd like to welcome our newest member, Jackie Welch. Jackie's move from her years of service on the planning board created a vacancy which was filled in one head of the planning board and the select board. The appointment of Heather Hannon was unanimous, and we welcome her to the planning board and look forward to working with her. I want to touch on some of the priorities of the board over the past several months. Housing and land issues seem to be the focus of our efforts. As you know, in order to address resident concerns regarding purported housing development projects in Winchester, the select board has established a committee to pursue a housing production plan. State law allows for communities to reject affordable housing development applications if they commit to reaching a 10% affordability threshold as a percentage of their housing inventory. Simply put, by committing to affordable housing development projects, which we identify and promote on our own, we can be in the driver's seat in regards to what kind of units are developed and where. The Massachusetts Area Planning Council has been working with us on facilitating discussion on the future affordable housing in Winchester as we work to develop our housing production plan. In early March, we held an open community forum at the James Center to discuss housing options for Winchester and listen to resident input and what kind of housing they would like to see developed here. The information will drive our production plan efforts as we look forward towards our next community meeting in early June and complete a fully implementable housing production plan soon thereafter. The town has also embarked on a needs assessment in coordination with the Council on Aging, as we have seen increased demand for emergency social services, including housing, utilities, and healthcare. We're working to create a coordinated system of social services in Winchester. Certainly, our community has a history of supporting each other through tough times, but we feel a more coordinated effort can be more effective in resolving long-term systemic issues to break the cycle of struggle that some are facing. The needs assessment and coordinated recommendations is anticipated to be completed by the early fall and be reported on in more depth at the next town meeting. One of the issues of increased concern from residents is traffic and safety. To that end, we have established a new traffic and transportation program, including a traffic and transportation advisory committee to take a more holistic approach to traffic calming and safety recommendations. The committee is comprised of 11 residents representing different precincts, elected officials, and staff. We began to establish some pilot programs, and by visiting the town website, you can evaluate the town road book, which highlights our planned improvements over the next 3 years. One of the policy solutions we have implemented, which emerged from these discussions, was part of the McCall School expansion project. We included funding for a traffic and safety study and infrastructure improvements, along with the funding for the expansion. As our school population increases, so does the demand for field space for athletics. While Winchester has limited options for building new fields, we have hired consultants to identify creative solutions to more effectively use our existing facilities. To that end, the town approved the construction of a turf athletic field last spring, which will be completed over the next couple of months. Before town meeting this spring, an article to athletics to increase playing time for youth sports, especially as middle and high school will be implementing later school start times in the fall. As land use continues to draw our attention before town meeting, our 3 land use articles. As part of our efforts to support the Center Business District, we will see proposals to develop a Waterfield lot as a trade platform for affordable housing and retail, and hopefully return the fall recommendation for development of the parcel. In response to this 40B application site approval, we are working with a developer and negotiating an alternative to an extremely dense housing project off of Highland Avenue. Mass Housing is allowing us to put together a plan to combine town-owned land with the developer's parcel to create an opportunity for affordable units without disproportionately impacting the neighborhood. We had a very successful first phase of the LedNet project, which will be, and we're reaching out to residents as we begin phase 2 of the project to remove LedNet connectors from our water delivery systems. We have been working with our state delegation, specifically Senator Lewis and Representative Day, to secure approximately $54 million in funding needed for the rebuilding of the MPTH train station at the town center. While funding in this year's budget is extremely tight, we are hopeful for a solution after a recent meeting with the Secretary of Transportation. We will continue to find funding for the remaining flood mitigation projects as well. We are pursuing state contribution for funding the culvert project at Swanton Street as we move into the final project near the Morocco School. And I would be remiss if I also did not mention the good work of the Town Manager Search Advisory Committee that we created to make Richard Howard think we're really going to let him leave Winchester in the next few months. Third, there's general concern that the town has been implementing override after override to meet our financial obligations. I think it's important that we consider our past as we plan for the future. In so doing, a subcommittee was set up to present a financial history to town meeting since Proposition 2.5 was passed in 1980 and limited our ability to recommend yearly revenue increases before 2.5% of our property taxes. I want to thank the committee members, including Select Board Member Mariana Alba, Finance Committee members Samantha Allison, Aaron Catullo, and Matt Murata, and contributions from School Committee Chair Susan Riccio and Select Board Member Lance Grenzenbach for the efforts in pulling together this information. While we have a more thorough presentation at the next town meeting, this is just a short trailer, so you can look forward to a much more exciting feature film about our finances in the fall, potentially starring The Rock, but in a tough budget year, most likely starring Selectman Lance Grenzenbach. As you can see from the chart above, it is no surprise that our population has increased so dramatically, but the impact to our budget has to do with the growth in our school population, especially when you look at the steady increase at the K-5 level. As our schools represent more than 60% of our annual budget, we typically increase 4 and 5% year over year. It's easy to see that our model is unsustainable without additional revenue. For Winchester, which receives nearly 95% of its revenue from residential real estate taxes, this leaves us with overrides as one of our only options. As we look at the FY19 budget, you can see that it tracks the previous slide in expenditures, and you can see that our funding obligations for education, including overhead, represent 67% of our budget. In regards to staffing, we have heavily decreased investment in our public works by 34% over this time period, and we have increased our school staffing by nearly 40%. We have decreased our public safety by nearly 10% despite our increasing population. General government staffing has remained relatively static despite increased demand. And just to give you a review of a few things that we've been spending money on from a capital perspective, the Winchester High School was a $130 million project. Stealing Culvert Environmental Remediation, $10.5 million. Vernon Street Bridge, $2.4 million. And we did get a state grant of $500,000 in capital money. Public safety equipment, $770,000. And for bridges and dams, the Scally Dam, $620,000. Center Falls Dam, $800,000. And the widening of the Aberjona, $4 million. We've spent on roads and sidewalks, $400,000 per year from Chapter 90, with a contribution of about $300,000 from the capital contribution, and year over year for the past 5 years, it's totaled about $3.5 million. DPW vehicles, we've spent about $225,000 on average over the past few years, including recommended $405,000 fiscal year 19. Ultimately, between the increases in our education expenses and debt service on capital projects, our operating budget continues to track higher for this year and over the next 3 years. The recommendations that we will be discussing over the summer and return back to the town meeting in fall with are really threefold. Plan A is to reduce services and maintenance for where we currently are, maintain current services and maintenance, or increase services and maintenance. And keep in mind, when we talk about plans B and C to maintain or increase services, we're talking about an operating override most likely in 2019. Reducing services means laying off teachers from schools. As you saw from the breakdown of our operating expenditures, we cannot cut general services below the level they are at now. One of the consequences of having a highly regarded and successful school system is that it requires financial investment. While we are constantly ranked as one of the highest performing schools in Massachusetts, our per pupil spending is comparatively extremely low. To me, the essential factor is our teachers. We have heavily invested in infrastructure over the past several years. Our teachers have not been so compensated. And while the infrastructure demands continue, including a absolutely necessary rebuild of Lynch and Morocco schools, we must continue to invest in the human components of educating the next generation, our teachers. It is no coincidence that our schools have received national recognition from the Department of Education. Both the Vincent Owen School and the Winchester High School have in recent years received our facilities to be adequate for our kids as we plan for the future. We must realize that investment in our educators is really the difference between adequacy and excellence. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The Finance Committee, through its chairperson, Samantha Allison.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Good evening, town meeting members. After reflecting on my presentation at the last fall town meeting, I was hoping to inject a little more enthusiasm and energy into our presentation. I was thinking marching band, cheerleaders, a little more excitement. Our moderator told me I was a little dry. But after reviewing the budget and looking at the challenges that we have in front of us, I decided that that might not set the appropriate tone. So you're stuck with me and my colleagues over here at the Finance Committee. So tonight we will present the general budget framework, including the background information and the process that we use in the fiscal year budget review. We'll share budget savings and challenges that were highlighted during the budget process. But first, I'd like to thank the various town departments who very patiently share information with us each year, the select board members, the members of the school committee, especially Dr. Bernalia, who just transitioned from the Finance Committee and yet continues to graciously answer many, many questions from his Finance Committee former colleagues. The superintendent of schools, the town manager and assistant town manager, the town comptroller, and all of their staff. Their cooperation and input over the past few months of budget review have been invaluable to us on the Finance Committee, and we appreciate all of their hard work during the budget review process. When reviewing the fiscal year budget, we take a number of things into consideration. In particular, is following the select board's operating reserve policy. To meet the operating reserve policy, recurring revenues must fund recurring expenses, and the operating reserve balance must be between 6 to 10% of revenues. We begin the budget review by looking at prior year budgets and the town manager's recommended budget for the coming fiscal year. Existing service levels for all departments are reviewed before considering any requested additions to those budgets. We also assess the adequacy of budget levels to cover expenses given historical trends. The Finance Committee considers level services funding to include funded benefits, which includes pensions, other post-employment benefits, or OPEB, unemployment compensation, Medicare tax, and workers' compensation. We next look at any requests that are above and beyond level services, identifying the reasons for the requested increase, such as mandates or changing needs of that town's departments that are beyond the control, and then identify whether or not the increase puts the budget on an unsustainable path in future years. Before we continue with FY19, let's take a walk back in time to fall town meeting 2017, which was less than 6 months ago. If you recall, I shared this chart with you at town meeting and commented that while our operating reserve balance was exceeding the target at 11.72%, not to get too excited. You guys remember? Right? I warned you. Then I showed you this chart, that based on our typical revenues and expenses, and given that the denominator in our calculation would be changing, we would need to be aggressive about maintaining the reserves and not spending the surplus that we expected to quickly burn down over time. And guess what? It's worse than we thought. For this analysis, we again incorporated free cash usage of about $1 million per year at spring and fall town meetings, and a change in undesignated fund balance of about $800,000 each year, which means that's what reverts back at the end of the year. While the numbers can be manipulated to reflect a variety of scenarios, the end goal remains the same. Maintain an operating reserve balance in the target range of 6 to 10% of estimated revenues and transfers in, and maintain Winchester's AAA bond rating to keep our borrowing costs as low as possible. If we move away from this policy, we will have to accept higher interest rates for future borrowings. As you can see, we have some decisions to make in the very near future. Do we cut costs and therefore services, or do we implement an operating override? We'll be evaluating those options in the coming months in anticipation of discussion at fall town meeting. So, back to fiscal year 19 and the challenges that we face this year. Expenses in fiscal year 19 are projected to grow due to the final year of several negotiated contracts and rising healthcare costs. In addition, the fiscal year 19 budget does not fully be mindful of our AAA rating if we expect to maintain low borrowing costs. FY19 expenses are growing beyond our Prop 2.5 levels in many areas. While we've been able to manage with relatively limited increases in health insurance costs in recent years, it's finally caught up to us. In fiscal year 19, we're expecting an 11.5% increase in health insurance costs, driven predominantly by a significant increase in costs in the town provider card program. The select board decision to modify the town pay percentage of retiree health premiums also increased. As I previously mentioned, the expected growth in salaries due to the third year of contracts is pushing municipal expenses beyond sustainable levels. You will be asked to vote for an unallocated wage reserve for non-union COLA increases and other increases. When this amount is included, expenses for the municipal departments increased by 4.3%. The education budget, including vocational education, is an increase of about 4.7% over FY18. The bright light in our expenses is energy, no pun intended, which will see a 9% decrease in costs due to savings at here at high school. Beyond fiscal year 19, there are challenges that the town needs to address. These are not new items, but they include school enrollment growth and facility needs, extensive capital requirements, growing technology needs, and OPEB. While we've included a partial funding of the OPEB annual required contribution, a long-term funding plan is needed to avoid putting today's expenses on future taxpayers. As I previously showed, contractual obligations put our expenses above the level of sustainability, and I note that this is mainly with a level budget. Many of the departments have not seen staffing increases over the years, despite changing requirements and mandates, and I think that was demonstrated by select board Benchmark's charts as well. So as we move into budget discussions, we need to reconsider our approach. One of my favorite expressions is that the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. So we're there. We have to phase into our budget needs and make some hard choices in the coming year, as we can no longer do the same thing within the Prop 2.5 constraints. With Winchester having some of the lowest property tax rates of comparable towns, and our lack of a large commercial and industrial tax base, future obligations plus any service improvements will require an operating override. Either that or really tough choices as we budget for fiscal year 2020. In closing, the Finance Committee is looking forward to continuing to work with the Select Board and the other committees to develop a long-term plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The chairperson of the Winchester School Committee, Susan Verdicchio.
review financial resources and class guidelines, where we stand on enrollment. The high school, next year, the high school will see the highest increase. Increase students have been registering for the school year this year. We all will have an uptake from elementary lower grade. Seems to be holding steady for now. In the past, we have seen kindergarten registration decline in the summer. Also remember, we have a pre-K program which is projected to have about 99 students. It's been mentioned in the earlier report, our staffing numbers have been highlighted, and I just wanted to ask you to keep in mind that our staff is distributed among 7 buildings where over 4,500 students attend the school each day, including some 800 students with varying degrees of special needs. The first 3 categories shown here, the regular education teachers in blue, special ed teachers, teaching assistants, and instructors in yellow, and support professionals including school psychologists, adjustment and clinical counselors, speech pathologists, physical therapists, that type of service providers. Those professionals all provide direct services to students in a range of settings, including several substantially separate learning programs that provide an alternative to out-of-district placement of special needs students. Being able to provide special education services to students in district in a least restricted environment is good for them and also allows the district to avoid escalating costs for out-of-district program tuition and transportation. Next is staff salaries. Special education is the second largest driver of the educational budget. In recent years, the special education population has grown, but we have managed largely due to substantial pressure through learning programs, which is shown by the black line in this graph. To hold steady the number of students going out of district. This is helped to manage costs. When we look at overall staffing costs in the context of our comparable community, where we stand, our average salary, as we stand right now, how it's going to play out in the year. Right now, we're at the 7th lowest, and our in-district spending is even lower. So it's hard to imagine being more efficient. The Finance Committee's operating budget for next year will increase the school funding over this year. It will increase the funding to satisfy the district's contractual salary increases and cover increased costs for mandated special education, especially non-district education, and it will allow minimal staff increase at the high school. But there will be significant unmet needs. School committee's responsibility is to invest in our learning community, and the proposed budget will lead out and not just work important improvements. We will not be able to expand world language to grade 6 or add a non-Russian language to Mandarin. We won't be able to add staff hours to smaller classes and expanded wellness curriculum at the high school. We will not be able to fund the full amount for our technology replacement, which we committed to do in our technology plan years ago. We will not be able to provide adjustment counselor support at the elementary level.
candidates that are interested in serving the town. We have no responsibility. But, darn, that would have been a short talk. As has been our practice, I'll begin with a précis of the planning board's role. I think the planning board is sometimes a mysterious organization, and I'm going to try to dispel some of that mystery. Mass general law requires that planning boards make studies, prepare plans of the resources, possibilities, and needs of the town, and make a master plan, italics on purpose, providing a basis for decision-making regarding long-term physical development and administer the subdivision control law. In addition, this board administers development of the central business district, maintains the zoning bylaws, and works with other boards and commissions to foster an integrated approach to zoning and development. The planning board's scope is broad, but it is mostly advisory. All changes to zoning must go through town meeting. By right development proceeds without any involvement of the board, and special permits outside of the ZBA are administered, outside of the CBD are administered by the ZBA with input from the planning board. Since fall town meeting, we have continued to advise the ZBA on special permits and site plan review. We have continued our efforts to clarify language in the zoning bylaws. We have expended considerable resources on the proposed 40B development on Highland Ave, hiring a consultant to investigate alternative designs. Oops, did I miss one? Okay, we continue to work with the Master Plan Steering Committee on the town's master plan. Our survey design is complete. The survey is, as well as the master plan website, are now live. And please take our survey. If you have your devices and you're not paying attention, please take the survey. We had our kickoff open house at the Jack Center this past Saturday. We had 50-some people show up, which was great. And we have issued a request for a proposal for assistance with the next phase of the master plan effort. And that was the close. So my apologies. So, we'll talk a little about the state of the town. In the central business district, our relatively new central business district zoning regulations have led to continuing interest in residential and mixed-use development. The regulations are reviewed as necessary. As an example, we have identified an issue with the floor area ratio in the East Core, which may result in unintended consequences, so we do pay attention to those things. The bulk, in terms of our other general business districts, the bulk of which lie along Main Street north of Strange Road. The site of the near Skillings Road, the site of the demolished Mahoney building, remains an empty lot. You probably noticed that. Near Swanton Street, there is a multi-story mixed-use building in construction on the site of the former Struvel's Salon. And at Washington Street in Swanton, the mega CBS development has been suspended after a neighborhood ruin. We are hiring a consultant to help revise the general business district zoning bylaws, incorporating the lessons that we have learned from developing the central business district bylaws. That is going to take some time. Okay, let's talk about the residential districts. One thing to note is that development does not respect our preconceived notions of what development should be. We have noticed a lot of smaller affordable houses are being demolished and make way for larger and more expensive homes, exacerbating our significant housing shortfalls. Large lots with single homes are being subdivided. Multiple adjoining lots are combined and then repartitioned to create new lots. We've seen neighborhoods radically and permanently altered. It is also becoming financially attractive to subdivide and build on lots with insufficient frontage. And that's a real challenge. How do you actually build on such a lot? Well, zoning regs, but this is expensive. Or you can come before town meeting and convince town meeting to rezone a lot for multiple unit buildings. The higher density makes building roads a little more tolerable. Or you can pursue a 40B and gain away from local zoning restrictions. So the question is, how do we manage this type of development for the best interest? So, we are a town in flux. A sustainable community supports the need of all its residents. We are an ecosystem in flux with changing demographics and economic circumstances. Housing demand far exceeds supply, raising prices. Moderate income residents cannot relocate within town, and similar houses cannot enter, households cannot enter. Without expansion of our commercial or housing base, rising municipal costs are borne by the same number of households. Okay, while we cannot control external factors, we can control rules for land development. I described earlier how the prohibition of cul-de-sacs, which is an expression of the town's desire not to fragment neighborhoods, affects development. Every regulation is an expression of a value, an underlying value, intended or otherwise. It defines how the town views itself, what it will look like, how welcoming we are to a diversity of households and businesses. The master plan is the vehicle with which we explore and explicitly document our values and priorities, ensuring that they're reflected in our decisions. Town meeting plays a vital role in this process. You are representatives of the town. Please participate in the master plan survey, up there again, and in all of our upcoming community forums. So, our future work. Over the next several months, we will select the consultant for their upcoming work to complete the master plan. We are meeting with the community often as part of that master plan outreach. We are increasing our outreach to other boards and improve our communication. We are going to hire a consultant to help us revise the general business district zoning, and we are continuing our ongoing review of the town's zoning bylaws. And just in case you didn't get one of the main points, please take our survey. And there you go. Thank you very much.
Town manager, Mr. Howard. Turn my microphone on first. And will I just keep this on?
Thank you, Matt. Thank you, Mr. Moderator, and thank you for those very kind remarks at the opening. No curveballs, my last presentation to town meeting, so you will see much of the same information. I'll make the same apology up front that I usually do, which is I'm at the end here, and I'm repeating a lot of the points that have already been made by other presenters, but they are important points to emphasize. So we'll go through it and spend just a couple of moments on several important topics. Obviously, the budget, financial matters. As we usually tell you, there are articles that will cover activity for the current fiscal year that we're in FY18. Article 14 draws your attention to several financial requests that both FinCom and the manager's office recommends to support spending within certain departments to finish off FY18. Most notably, if you can recall, it seems a little bit far away 21, give you kind of a summary of where the town is with respect to its reserves. And in very good shape, although as Sam has called attention to, depending upon the amount that gets used in the outlying fiscal years, it can head in a downward trend, which would be a little bit concerning. But as of right now, the reserves are pretty much at their highest levels that they've been, certainly for the 6 years, 6.5 years that I've served in the position. In 19, Article 24 is the effort put before you by FinCom. We believe that playing off of what the manager submitted to FinCom and what FinCom has proposed to you, there is a balanced budget. There's some trends in there that you should note and pay attention to for the next fiscal year and then going forward as well. The healthcare costs and benefit costs associated with that should be something that is watched closely. Labor costs beginning in FY20 have to be renegotiated, so we're in our last year of the 3-year set with one group still unattended to over the last 2 fiscal years, was 18 and 19. But all major labor costs are accounted for as part of your FY19 product. But going forward, beginning in 20 and 21 and potentially 22, those outlying costs are going to have to be watched very closely, and probably only modest levels of raises will be able to be afforded within what we know to be available revenue sources. Same thing with capital initiatives. We operate out of those stabilization accounts and add to it when we can. The town meeting will have to watch closely the types of capital initiatives that are brought forward. And above all, as Sam has mentioned, that the trend for revenues over expenditures is something that, beginning with FY20, the town will have to develop a game plan for. A lot of the financial information sounds highly negative. It's not as though the town is faced with a financial tsunami of any sorts at all. But there is strategic decisions that have to be made kind of going forward. It's been a long, long time since any kind of proposal to have an operational override has been put before voters. And I would hope that based upon the level of service and kinds of things that have been put into the budgets over the last half dozen to 8 to 10 years, town meeting would hopefully lead the way in trying to explain to the town residents that there's a level of service in there that really provides for quality of life that the town has come to expect for not only school children, but for various other departments that depend upon resources to be available, DPW, fire, police, and town governments. So eventually, whether it's in FY20 or certainly FY21, there'll have to be that strategic plan to be able to address reoccurring revenues and reoccurring expenses. But it's not as though the town would be swamped by anything, by any stretch. But the strategic planning is probably something that FinCom through Sam's leadership will take on over the next 6 months or so by the time we get into the fall town meeting, and certainly for the spring of 2019. Other financial matters that are worthy of paying attention to that we usually draw your attention to on an annual basis, the master planning efforts that have been put in place over the last couple of town meetings, whether it's housing production plan efforts, master plan efforts that the touched upon, the planning board, Fletcher Fund assessments, and field master plans are all things that you'll receive reports on in the coming months, probably at fall town meeting. Work has begun at Winning Farm, and there will be some good financial very closely over the next year or so. Strategic capital investment is something to keep an eye on, as the town has done over the last half dozen years for sure. And it's important to continue to work creatively at important initiatives, housing, town center operations, neighborhood traffic issues, school building improvements, all items that will come forward under the direction of either boards like the select board and the planning board, or the school committee. Finally, I'd like to say thanks, again, the usual thanks to our office for helping put the budget document together that FinCom had under consideration. Thank you to the team at FinCom for doing the great work that it always does from February until now. Thank you to folks like Stacy Ward, your controller, who helps put it all together for both bodies, our office and FinCom. And thanks in a personal way as well. So I know I'll get to see you maybe over a couple of more evenings of town meeting here in spring. This is the last chance I'll really get to address the body on a personal note. So I would say thanks for letting me hold the position over the last 6.5 years. It really has been a pleasure and an honor to be able to do that. It's been a pleasure because I've been paid well, by the way. And it's been a pleasure because I have gotten to work with great professionals who really do have a wonderfully dedicated and competent and professional staff. And I can't really to Washington Town Hall. It's been a professional pleasure for me to work with those people together with the town, various town boards, certainly the select board and the group of individuals that I've gotten the pleasure to work with over the last 6.5 years, but also planning board and capital planning, EFPDC, school committee, all of those that help make town governance work, together with all the social groups the great social groups that you have here in town. Everything from Anchor to Winton Club to the Winchester Chamber of Commerce and other groups that all provide great services and render a wonderful quality of life within the community. So it's been a pleasure that way. It's been a true honor to be able to go out into the Commonwealth and then beyond to end up representing the town of Winchester. It's always impressive to me when I end up getting my title, the kind of impression it creates on those people who are on the other end of my conversation. The town is held in such high regard and such high standing in the ranks of communities, certainly within the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. So it's been an honor to hold the title and to work on your behalf and to be able to be recognized as somebody that comes from a community that holds in high regard things that are really important, things that are worthwhile in the long run, things that are always worth investing in, things like new school buildings and school children, and wonderful things like the town center in the way you appreciate the housing in town, all of the things that kind of add beauty and quality of life to what Winchester is all about. It's been an honor to try to carry that and be a representative of that, whether it's been in meetings in the messages of support are usually, as Green so aptly said in her letter, it's difficult to say thank you enough for all that has happened since February 24th. We repeat that here tonight. Thank you all. Hard as it is to get past that event, and hard as it was to get through that paragraph, there are actually interesting and exciting things happening at the library. I'd like to mention staffing changes just briefly. 2 senior personnel retired this year, our head of technical services and a head of records. Between them, they have 45 years of experience at the library. Both have been gracious enough to stay on part-time. It is nearly impossible to replace 45 years of knowledge overnight. Their positions have been updated and retitled to better reflect current responsibilities and different requirements. The other thing we'd like to mention is that a librarian has been hired dedicated to team services. Like most libraries, Winchester Library is changing as community requirements change. Tonight, I'd like to talk about 3 discrete areas where the library is evolving: technology, building use, and programming. I promise I'll be brief, or talk, one of the two. Actually, I'd like to be the latter. It's no longer necessary for you to be tethered to a desktop machine to come to the library to do research or work online. There are 12 Chromebooks and 2 MacBook Airs available for use in the library from the breakfast desk, which means you can sit anywhere to work or read. There are 4 additional Chromebooks in the children's room. If you come to the library with your own laptop or phone, but you forgot to charge it before you left home, you can just borrow one from the library once again at the reference desk. And would you like to try a Roku or a hotspot at home? Just borrow one from us. Most library-related activities can be done from the library website, like reserving a room, downloading an ebook, or signing up for a library line, a weekly electronic newsletter that lets you know what's coming up next week. It would be fair to ask, with all these electronic resources, whether one really needs to read regular books or visit the library. Only you can answer that. But it's very noticeable that our ebook circulation increases every month, while regular circulation declines. Most of it is CDs and DVDs. But if you still like your book, and are housebound, give us a call, and one of our volunteers will bring the books to you. But even though physical material checkout has declined, building use has increased. Seems rather counterintuitive, doesn't it? But as most students are assigned group projects and more small staff groups, both formal and informal, choose to meet at the library, our requests for meeting rooms and private study rooms expanded beyond our capacity. We will keep analyzing our space use and adapt to community needs as much as possible within the physical limitations of the library, but right now we plan for 2 additional study rooms. Programming continues to evolve. Some well-loved programs continue like the Friends Adult Program and the International Study Series. The children's programs are always well attended, with new events and activities added every year. Reference offers the library online presentations, such as using social media or specific apps. For the first time this winter, 4 programs were offered sponsored by the library endowment. This year's theme, Winchester Digs In, were all related to food. They were very well attended. Could it be because caterers were presented? This series focused on adult programs that are educational but also entertaining and fun. And for such a hit, that something similar will happen again next year. That's a very brief snapshot of our year. some of our responsibilities are to ensure the safety of the food offered in public venues, housing for occupants, recreational and drinking water, camps for children, domestic animal population, and residents during public health emergencies. Most of our prevention efforts are based around vaccination clinics, communicable disease control, regulating the use of tobacco, and monitoring and educating about the use of alcohol, drugs, and other risky behavior among our youth. Now I'd like to present to you the highlights of our health department for 2017. So very important are our immunization clinics. In addition to holding holding our ninth year, offering our flu clinics at all schools, administering 1,291 flu vaccines in 2017, we held our first voluntary school-based HPV vaccination program for middle and high school students to help prevent certain cancers. We had 60 students that participated. We could have not done this without the strong collaboration of our school nurses, administration, and staff, to which we are very grateful. The health department's next major highlight in 2017 falls under our public health program and policy initiative. Here we institute risk-based inspection programs of our restaurants focusing on proven risk factors for foodborne illnesses. The more complex food operations are at a given restaurant, the more inspections they will get. In addition, we instituted an electronic database tracking system of all food establishments using Unity-acquired software with FDA grant funding. A second public health policy we adopted were new regulations regarding dumpsters for both residential and commercial establishments, better containment and regulation hours as to when dumpsters can be filled or emptied or established. Finally, in collaboration with the DEA, we collected about 730 pounds of medication for safe disposal from our popular medication take-back day and from our 24/7 year-round medication and sharps disposal kiosks in our police station lobby. Plus, we collected over 4,700 needles in March, which is about 43 pounds. In addition, working with the DPW, we offered our spring and fall waste collection day, where we collected 16,925 pounds of hazardous household waste. In wrapping up the Board of Health 2017 highlights, we are especially proud of one of our largest and most successful programs, the Winchester Coalition for a Safer Community. Here our focus and outreach is on reducing risky behaviors and fostering healthy life choices in our youth and community. Be informed, be engaged. These programs, headed by our Community Health Program Manager, are made possible in part thanks to the Cummings Foundation for our prevention program funding. Here are just a few of the programs we offered last year. Substance Use in the Workplace Forum for town department heads and town employees, and the Rotary, and the Chamber of Commerce members. We'd especially like to thank Winchester Hospital, Lakey Hospital for their grant that helped us to make this program possible. The next program we did was Minding Your Mind, Coping with Mental Illness. Another program was Safety Education Forum for school staff and parent community. And finally, the One Love Foundation, recognizing healthy abusive relationships and what to do, as well as what healthy relationships looks like. So again, we want to thank the Cummings Foundation for critically funding our prevention programs. So here's where you can find us. Our office is located in Town Hall. Our web address is right here. And please, if you have a chance to check out the Coalition website at Winchester Coalition Safer Community, we would appreciate it. Or like us on Facebook. Thank you.
Thanks very much. And the Winchester Cultural Council, through its chair, Peter Pulsberg. April is National Poetry Month. saying to the chair of the cultural council. Little free verse, you know, it's been a long night already.
Good evening, Mr. Moderator, Select Board, and town meeting members. I'm the chair of the Winchester Cultural Council, and I'm representing the members who are, I think that there are many of the members are here tonight. We are all volunteers who are appointed to the Cultural Council by the Select Board. The Cultural Council promotes the arts and culture in our town by giving grants for projects and performances, and by holding special events, including Art in August, and by conducting other activities that bring artists together and promote community involvement with the arts. By arts, we can mean a wide variety of things. It could be theater, music, dance, filmmaking, poetry, history, visual arts, crafts, quite a few things. I'll start off by going over some of the events that we are sponsoring this year. We have a documentary film, 2 events at the Jazz Center, a classical Indian dance performance. We are continuing to support the Family Farm Night Music Series in the Great Lodge Farm. Concert on the Common for families in August. A puppet show at the International Day at the Farmers Market in September. And 2 enrichment programs for kids. One sponsored at the Lincoln School and one at Kids Corner. We are also supporting a historical program called the Mass Memories Roadshow. So I'll talk a little bit more about these right now. The Greening of Winchester is a documentary film about 20 to 30 minutes long by Winchester resident Margo Ataya. It talks about the activities that led to Winchester winning the Leading by Example Award in 2016 to make the town a green town. It talks to change agents in the town and how they brought about environmental opportunities for growth in our town, including things like the farmers market and Great Lodge Farm. appreciate your support and we love getting your involvement. Thank you.
So we are now going to take a short break. During that break, out in the common area, the precincts will each meet to elect precinct captains and fill vacancies. We will come back here at 10 minutes past the hour, 9:10. Please patronize the Girl Scout troop if you're there. Thank you.
Ready to go? All right. Good evening, everybody. I'm Alan Iden, and we are reporting here on WinCam, live from the first session of Winchester's Spring Town Meeting. Now that I got the go-ahead here. Let's recap. Town meeting is in recess right now. As many of you know, the town meeting cannot take up financial issues before the 1st of May, so the possibility of covering 12 articles tonight is probably rather remote, but the first 12 articles are non-financial, and the next meeting of the town meeting will be next Monday. So let's recap what we've heard so far in the first hour and a half tonight. The Girl Scouts of Troop 77026 open, presenting the colors and the Pledge of Allegiance. The moderator, Peter Haley, commented on the loss of two former town officials, town selectmen, passed since the last town meeting. Paul Amico, who was in the 60s and 70s on this Board of Selectmen, was the chairman in 1969. And Larry Smith passed away just a week or so ago. He was the chair in 1976. There's a moment of silence to honor both of those former elected officials. Comment on the fact that Richard Howard, town manager, will be retiring in about a month. So this will be his last town meeting. And also last town meeting for Charles Seckris, who is moving out of town. Mr. Haley commented that he resisted some of the movements to restrict traffic in the center of town, as some other towns tried to do and failed. Then the new town meeting members were sworn in, and we started on Article 1, which is the reports from the various boards of the town. Starting with the Select Board Chairman, Michael Betancourt, who paid tribute to Jim Whitehead, who was leaving the board, who has left the board, and Jackie Welch, the new member that has come in, who was newly elected in March. He said the Select Board is looking to reach the 10% affordable housing stock for the town to reduce the pressure for 40B housing and retain more control over the type of housing, affordable housing that is being built in town. He talked about the traffic committee and planned improvements to traffic that is on the town's website. The town is seeking $54 million to rebuild the train station downtown, and the school budget is increasing by 4 to 5% per year. And he also said that the town must invest in teachers as well as buildings, moving up the salaries of the teachers in town. The Finance Committee Chair talked about maintaining the reserves, town's reserves of 6 to 10%, which becomes more difficult every year, but is very necessary to keep the town's AAA bond rating and keeping the cost of borrowing low. Health insurance is increasing about 11.5% per this next year. Public safety is up 4.1%. DPW is up 1.6%. Education is up 4.7%. And the only bright spot was the cost of energy is down 9%. The chair of the school committee talked about the mission statement of the school committee. New hours for the elementary school will be 8:10 to 2:30. And for McCall and high
high school will be 8:30 to 3:07. And the success, comment on the success of new full-day kindergarten. Also, she said that the town currently has 800 special needs students, and that the average teacher salary is below average for comparable towns, as our per pupil spending is second to lowest in comparable towns. Chairman of the Planning Board talked about the the Planning Board's mission to administer zoning in the Center Business District. Said there was a survey online for the Winchester Master Plan. He said it was surveymonkey.com/Winchester Plan. I have to mention that I tried to go to that site and couldn't bring that site up, but I'm told it's on the town of Winchester's website. So he emphasized the fact that he'd like all the town residents to participate in this survey on what they'd like to see in the town in the form of a new master plan. Talked about the concerns from North Main Street, zoning and construction there. Talked about hiring a consultant to provide the general business district zoning to make their laws more like the Center Business District zoning. Concerns on the lack of smaller housing, the so-called mansionizing of taking down small houses in Winchester and building much bigger houses in their place, or combining lots to make for bigger houses. He said that this is not meeting the residents' needs, and that taxes are rising because of it. Town Manager Richard Howard came on next, talked about the financial concerns of the town. As he said, it's not a crisis, but it needs careful watching. The need for an operational override is probably going to be coming up in fiscal year 20 or 21. He also talked about the potential financial benefits of the construction of Winning Farm. Said the expansion of McCall, voted and approved by the voters in March, is underway. School at Skilling's Field, the artificial turf rebuild of Skilling's Field is due to be finished in the this spring. And he expressed his thanks to the residents of the town and the staff of the town. Library trustee chair, in an emotional comments, said she was grateful the board was grateful for the support, the trustees were grateful for the support of the town in the recent tragedy at the Board of Health talked about the safety of food, vaccine clinics, youth behavior, among other initiatives. Said it was the first ever HPV vaccine for middle school students was administered, and talked about their ongoing efforts in the coalition to bring to the community. Winchester Cultural Council came on last. Talked about their mission to support the arts in the town. Paid tribute to former WinCam board member Margot Ataya, who produced a film called The Greenie of Winchester, which is going to be available on YouTube and Vimeo. Talked about their support of the family farm nights at the Right Lock Farm, and the upcoming Mass Memories Roadshow, which is scheduled to be held here in town, probably in the Jenks Center this fall. So, town meeting has gone into recess. There are 41 articles on the warrant. Again, nothing financial can be taken up tonight. Remains to be seen if the town meeting can get through 11 more articles without staying until midnight. Some of them may be kind of controversial, like the plastic bag reduction, and so there are 3 real estate transfers, real estate transactions for the town to dispose or otherwise use town land. So we invite you to stay tuned here. We will be back with the coverage of the rest of this first session of Winchester's Springtown meeting here at Winchester High School in just a few moments. What's that? I hope so, yes.
Now I'm learning.
The town meeting will come to order, and the town meeting members will please take their seats. The town meeting will come to order. So this brings us to Article 2 in the town meeting. Under Article 2, as presented in the town meeting, there is a small change to the wording in the article, which we made to address a concern by the proponents and by council. That change is in section 2.3, which is on page 2 of the motion book under Article 2. In section 2.3, where it talks about disposable plastic checkout bag, it says that that bag, which is less than 4.0 mils, and a mil is 1/1000 of an inch. So where it says which is less than 4.0 mils, it will now say which is equal to or less than 4.0 mils. And so the article that we'll be voting on is with that amendment. The amendment being in 2.3 now reads, a checkout bag made predominantly of plastic derived from either petroleum, natural gas, or a biologically based source, such as corn or other plant sources, which is equal to or less than 4.0 mils in thickness and is provided to a customer at the point of sale. This includes biodegradable plastic bags, whether commercially compostable or not. That change is to address the fact that the reusable bag is defined as a bag that has a thickness greater than 4.0 mils, among other attributes. And the disposable bag, which was defined as less than 4.0 mils. So there was an empty space there as to 4.0 mils itself. So that 2.3 now says which is equal to or less than 4.0 mils. So with that change, the motion is made by the citizen petitioners under Article 2. And the motion is to see if the town will vote to add a new Chapter 22 to the Code of Bylaws of the town of Winchester as follows. In the terms of the article, except for the amendment I've just described, are as set forth on pages 2 and 3 of the motion booklet before you. It's moved and seconded that the town vote to approve Article 2 as printed in the warrant on behalf of Article 2 and the citizen petitioners, Ingrid Geis. Ms. Geis.
Moderator. I'd like to thank our legal counsel, town manager, and Jen Murphy for all their helpful input, the select board, Board of Health, DPW, and Conservation Commission for their support of this initiative, and the many people in our community, many in this room tonight, individuals and merchants who gave their suggestions and advice. Lastly, I would like to thank all the individuals in our group who devoted many hours to this effort. We are grateful to have the opportunity to present to you tonight. My name is Ingrid Geis. I'm a member of the Shop Local and Bring Your Own Bag team. I'm a 20-year Winchester resident and a trustee of the Winchester Public Library. What is the purpose of the plastic bag reduction pile-up? To protect Winchester's beauty, waterways, and wildlife. It's to reduce solid waste and litter. How will it do plastic checkout bags and promote reusable bags.
She's too short to use.
Please note that the bylaw targets plastic checkout bags only. The bags that you see up here would still be allowed. This means that the newspaper, produce, and bread bags are examples of bags that you can still use to clean up after your pet. And if you are in the habit of wrapping your meat and fish in a plastic bag, produce bags are still available. So what's the problem with disposable plastic checkout bags? They're so light and convenient, some of us can get a few uses out of them before they rip. Well, one problem is that plastic bags litter our town. As Winchester residents, we love our town, we dispose of our trash properly, and we recycle. But these bags are so aerodynamic that sometimes they just get away, and they find their way onto our streets, onto our fences, and into our trees. The DPW says that plastic bags are a nuisance at the transfer station. They're constantly flying out of the receptacles there. And importantly, plastic bags do not biodegrade. The real problem is when they find their way into our waterways. Once in our waterways, if they're not retrieved immediately, they break down over time into small microparticles, some hardly visible to the eye. Those particles attract toxins such as pesticides, and they will persist there forever. And we don't yet fully understand the implications that this will have for our waterways, our wildlife, and ourselves. So the plastic bag issue is really a pollution issue. And we believe that when it comes to pollution, that there is a key role for legislation to play. As Winchester residents, we care about our lakes and our rivers. 60% of the towns you see here that lie along the Mystic River watershed have already passed or are actively working on plastic bag bylaws. Winchester can do this. Now, while Stop and Shop does have a small plastic bag recycling bin, the fact is that the recycling rate for plastic bags remains very low, between 5 and 12%. And since 2015, when this came before town meeting, the town of Winchester no longer recycles plastic bags. This is because our recycling provider, JRM, is joining the ranks of many other recycling providers who are refusing to take the bags because they jam up sorting machinery. And that can be very costly. So that means that about 7 million plastic bags that we consume every year find their way into the Winchester waste stream, where they will be transported to Haverhill, they'll be incinerated, they'll generate some energy, and then their ashes will be buried in the soil. These bags are made of non-renewable fossil fuels, and they are used for just a very short time. Now, some may say that, yes, but some of these bags are made out of abundant domestic natural gas, and we respectfully say that natural gas is still a non-renewable fossil fuel. So, in 2015, when this last came to town meeting, there were 15 towns and cities in Massachusetts with plastic bag bylaws. Today, there are 66, and the number is growing. 90% of these bylaws include all stores, which means that over 2 million Massachusetts residents and thousands of businesses in our state are living and thriving with plastic bag restrictions. Our bylaw language is modeled after these bylaws and even incorporates the spirit and the language of a proposed state plastic bag bill. Some say, let's just wait for the state to do it. We say, in 2015, there was also a proposed state bill. Don't get us wrong, we would welcome a state law, but the fact is, the state is looking to towns and cities to take the lead on this, and we think that Winchester has a great opportunity to lead. Many of our neighbors have already made the changes, like Reading, Wakefield, and Melrose. Belmont is bringing a plastic bag bylaw to its Springtown meeting this very night, and Medford City Council is already working on a plastic bag ordinance. So what's the solution? How would this bylaw work? As mentioned, the bylaw would eliminate disposable plastic checkout bags. Since 2015, we've made 3 changes concerning businesses. First, we now have a 2-tiered approach. If this passes and the Attorney General approves it, large businesses, of which there are 3 in Winchester, would transition away from plastic bags within 6 months or around November of this year, and they have already done so in many towns. Second, we've lengthened the transition time for smaller businesses to 1 year. So smaller businesses would transition by May of 2019. And if they still have excess inventory on hand, they can request to get more time if they need it. Third, a small business that has 3 or more stores will have a full year to transition, not 6 months. As in 2015, businesses may offer reusable and paper bags to consumers, and consumers will be encouraged to use reusable bags. While our bylaw promotes reusable bags, paper bags will be available for when consumers forget their own bag, which we all do once in a while. But the point is, the more that we can use reusable bags, the better for our environment and the more local businesses can save. When we began this initiative, we spoke to about 90 local businesses, many of which don't even use plastic bags. Some of them used a combination of plastic and paper and said they could make the switch over to paper, and a few were not so happy with the proposed bylaw. But if this passes, we would certainly work with all businesses to ensure a smooth transition. We've reached out to the Chamber, and the Chamber did its own member survey. They came back and said that they were going to take a neutral stance on this bylaw. But we have communicated, and if this passes, we would be working together on the Shop Local campaign. Lastly, it's interesting to note that by July of this year, the 3 biggest users of plastic bags in Winchester, which are Stop and Shop, CVS, and D'Agostino's, will have already made the transition away from plastic bags in other towns. I'd just like to show a sample of some of our local businesses in town who support this proposed bylaw, and also show a list of organizations, boards, committees, local organizations, and state organizations that also support this. So, what's the opportunity? If this passes, we will begin the next phase of outreach to business and to the public. We see this as a great opportunity to combine 2 goals: to help keep Winchester clean and to bring some vibrancy to our downtown. We envision a fun and positive community effort that would include town employees, merchants, residents, old and young. We would promote local businesses with our Shop Local and Bring Your Own Bag campaign. We'd encourage businesses to offer reusable bags, and we would also work with them to come up with some creative ideas on how we can get customers into local shops. And now, of course, we also have the benefit of best practices from 66 other communities. In terms of public outreach, we have secured funds to distribute free reusable bags to those in the community who may need help in getting these bags. And in the same spirit, we will hold reusable bag drives. We've contacted the Jenks about holding public forums, if this passes, to help educate the public on what we're doing, why it's important, and how they can participate. So in conclusion, everyone wins when we reduce plastic bags and we move to reusable. We thank you for your consideration, and we ask you to please vote in favor of Article 2, the plastic bag reduction bylaw. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rice. And we have a recommendation from the Select Board. Chairperson, Ms. Bettencourt. Ms. Bettencourt.
The Select Board recommends favorable action on this article by a vote of 3, 1, and 1 member abstaining. I support this article personally. It's important to me. I was out at the Aberjona River cleanup this weekend, sponsored by the Conservation Commission, with my youngest daughter, Violet. My oldest daughter tends to sleep in on Saturday, so she did not make it. But it was shocking to me, just behind us here, just behind the high school, along the train tracks, just covered with plastic bags and plastic bottles. And I was a little embarrassed because I didn't really have a good explanation to her why these existed and how they went there. And to be honest, I feel like there's going to be some overgrowth there in a couple weeks, and it'll be gone, and it'll be sitting there until next year. And I think it's a responsibility of us as a green community to take an affirmative step to remove this plastic from our life. I know it's a matter of convenience for people, but it's a small step in the right direction. And I think Winchester needs to take a leadership position on this, and I appreciate the time. Thank you.
St. Court, is there a recommendation from the Finance Committee on this article?
Finance Committee has no opinion on this article. We were not aware of any significant financial pro or con as it relates to this article, so as a result, we declined to offer an opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, Salson. Further on the question? Yes, Mr. Conti.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, fellow town meeting members. I'm not going to harangue you at length on this. I've taken the liberty of emailing a detailed refutation of some of the claims that are made, but I'll take it away, and I'm sure the proponents are very sincere in their thoughts on this matter, but, frankly, there are some problems with it. Number one, contrary to the implications that you may have heard in the rather one-sided reporting that has been appeared in the local press on the subject, plastic bags constitute a very tiny percentage of solid waste. The Ocean Conservancy did a study in 2016, found only slightly over 1% of solid waste consists of plastic bags. Plastic bags are, they mentioned they were convenient. Yes, convenience is important. The fact that that fact has to be taken into consideration when we decide how we're going to regulate our activities. There are consequences. For example, if the Winchester Stop and Shop refuses to complies with this bylaw and their enforcement management, we're going to lose customers. I know I won't shop there if I have to drag along a dozen heavy reusable bags, which, by the way, most of which should be made of plastic as well. So they're going to ultimately at some point enter into the waste stream, and they're a lot heavier by the definition required. They have to be heavier than the ones that have been banned. So you're going to end up with more plastic in the waste stream. People will currently, as the proponent noted, these bags are reused. Everybody I know uses them for trash bag liners and litter carriers. So people are still going to have the need to use trash bag liners. They're going to buy other plastic bags, which defeats the purpose of banning the bags in the first place. People are going to drive further to get away from communities where plastic bags are banned, resulting in burning more gasoline, more air pollution. All of these are unintended consequences. I'm sure the proponents don't intend that to happen, but it's an unintended consequence that has to be taken into consideration. The plastic bags, food ends up in most of the things that you get in the grocery store are food, little scraps of food into these bags. It decays, causes potential germ carriers, so the bags will have to be washed. Heavy canvas or heavier plastics will have to be washed, which uses energy. We could use paper bags. So paper bags, it takes 7 plastic bag does. Again, that's something, we want to conserve water, that's really good for the environment. These are all unintended consequences that we have to consider. So I would ask that we think twice about this. Maybe plastic bag may make people think that we're doing something to help the environment, but those unintended consequences have to be taken into consideration. So I would ask that we do what we did 3 years ago and reject this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Conti. Further on the question? Yes, Ms. Stark.
Hello, fellow Winchester residents. My name is Carolyn Starrett. I'm the president of Sustainable Winchester. I'm a member of the Rethink Plastics, aka Shop Local, Bring Your Own Bag group, and I'm a town meeting member in Precinct 2. I will be voting against this article. Oh, sure, wait. That would be inconsistent. I plan to vote enthusiastically in favor of this exciting bylaw drafted by Ingrid Geis and Sue Dudler. First of all, I just want to get everybody on the same page, and I'll give a shout out to plastic. Really, I think we can all agree it's a miraculous human invention which has revolutionized our lives. I'm a child of the 60s and 70s, so at an early age I learned how to burp the Tupperware and keep the air out, the freshness in. Can I say burp before? Anyway, it's been transformational in our lives, but it's at a cost that we're only now beginning to recognize. The environmental problems with plastic have already been outlined here. So the question is, what can we in Winchester do to help tackle this global problem? We can start by reducing our use of plastic items that have a readily available alternative, such as plastic bags. And there's no question that using reusable bags instead of disposable ones results in less plastic. As evidenced from behind the magic podium, Exhibit A, I bought this bag when I first moved to Winchester almost 30 years ago at our large grocery store. And it's so old it has the name Purity Supreme on it instead of Stop and Shop. It is super strong. It's got everything from groceries to books to watermelons from the farmer's market. Goes in the washing machine. Cost me, I don't know, $5 or $6 almost 30 years ago, which works out to fractions of cents per use. Reusable bags don't even have to cost much. This one was made from a broken umbrella. And so it's waterproof, light, and it even stores in that little umbrella sleeve that you never know what to do with. And for the men, I know it's harder for men because you don't have to carry the purses around. So these are nice and have a slim profile, so you can stick them in a jacket pocket. And you can get these in local stores like Bookends and Studio on the Common. Support your local retailers. And once you have your bag, make sure to make it easy for yourself to have one when you shop. Throw a couple in the car, a couple in the stroller, one on your bike, hang them next to your keys at home. Changing habits is hard, but we got used to taking our cell phones with us every day, and we can learn to take our bags with us. If you believe in the goal of rethinking plastic, then believe in our ability to get there together. Let us live up to our status as a green community and vote for our values of being a caring and connected community. So please, 1, shop local. Our retailers need us. 2, bring your own bag to the store. Show the retailers that you're willing to help them keep their costs down. And 3, please vote yes on Article 2. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, further question, ma'am. Thank you very much. The town meeting member asked that with respect to those penalties which are proposed by section 4.4 of the proposed article, if the town collects revenues from those penalties, where will those funds go and how will they be applied? In response, Mr. Bettencourt, the chair of the select board.
Those monies will go directly into the general fund.
Thank you, Mr. Bettencourt. Further on the question? Yes. Mr. Lowy.
Plastic bags. You know, and I really like them because of all of the utility that they have, but I do understand that the recycling effort that we all should be putting in doesn't get met as a result of what we see sometimes in terms of the litter. It really upsets me as well. I do my best. Got my tote. And I go when I can to make sure I minimize the amount of plastic. Many of us do. And it seems that we talk about the effort to go about recycling, but really, how much of a campaign have we made towards recycling? I don't know that I remember such a boosting campaign. Let's kind of go out and do that. Maybe once a month we go out to the Fell, find maybe some plastic bags and pick them up together. I say to you that this plastic bag issue is something where there's an opportunity. There really is no hanging fruit. The bags are so small, and actually they can be taken, they can be stored, and then be given over for recycling purposes. Now I know we've talked about recycling as if, oh, that's just not really feasible, but with technology, if you look through some of the newer ways, the visions that people have for doing recycling of those particular bags, you'll find that, in fact, there are places in the country and around the world where recycling is starting to be a really viable alternative to just simply not using a particular bag. I'm not going to go much more statistics or anything else. I'm going to try using another character. Towards the complicated precipice at the edge of night, we can pick up those plastic bags. They're light. Towards the complicated precipice is art on the docket. I reach for you in my pocket. Oh, ye plastic bag, have you journeyed for a while? Shame on those who've lost you or have thrown you in a pile. Oh, ye plastic bag, you're not my shining star, but you do come in handy holding stuff when I'm walking to my car. When I don't have my fancy bag, folds up shiningly, why can't I have you? Towards the complicated precipice, town meeting needs to know. Will you stay or will you go? Please vote no.
Singing grants available from the Cultural Council a year today. Well done. Further on the question, you can make your remarks in prose as well as in the oral format. Our talented Mr. Lloyd did. Yes, Mr. Heinhold.
One moment, sir.
Question I have to proponent is a comparison of greenhouse gas implications of a single plastic bag versus a single paper bag, same size. Mr. Fountain pointed out that paper bags use thousands of times more water, but I also believe, my understanding of the paper making process, that the greenhouse gas implications of paper bags, whether they're far greater than the production of plastic bags from natural gas. So if the proponent has information they can share with us, I appreciate hearing about it.
Thank you, Mr. Heinhold. The question to the proponents is if they could speak to the greenhouse gas effects of the use of paper bags versus plastic bags. Ms. Geis, in response to the county member's question.
Thank you for your question. So not to say this a million times, but the purpose of the bylaw is to promote reusable bags, because that's the most environmentally friendly. There are problems with every type of disposable object, whether it's a plastic bag or a paper bag. There are life cycle studies out there which do show when it comes to energy consumption or greenhouse gas emissions that paper looks a bit better than plastic does. I don't have the exact figures, but that's what those studies say. People like to look at those studies because they try to make a very easy apples to apples comparison. And I think where those studies fall short is that there are two things that it's very difficult to put a cost around. The first is that we know plastic bags harm and kill wildlife. I don't know what kind of costs that we put on that. And the second is, as I mentioned earlier, when they break down in the waterways, they will be small particles attracting toxins, and they will be there forever. And I think at some point in the future, we're going to learn a lot more about what the cost is to all of us because of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Geis. Further on the question, yes, Mr. Pruitt.
Ken Pruitt, Precinct 6. Quickly on the last point about greenhouse gases, something I care a great deal about. In addition to the fact that we are promoting reusable bags, which have a much better greenhouse gas profile than anything else because you're just reusing it over and over again, this bylaw does require that paper bags have a 40% post-consumer content. So what we're actually doing is creating demand for paper to be recycled over and over again, and that makes these paper bags, if someone does choose to use a paper bag, far more environmentally friendly than a paper bag using virgin content. The other two things I wanted to mention is that my family went away from plastic checkout bags some years ago. We've been using reusables ever since, and yet you wouldn't believe how many plastic bags you still get, even without using plastic checkout bags. You have bread bags, newspaper, produce, fish and meat. Anytime you buy anything in bulk, it's always wrapped in plastic. And so in terms of picking up after your dog, which I do have a dog, or whether you're lining a trash can, we will still have, unfortunately, plenty of plastic bags coming into your home if you're shopping, anything like anyone I know. And finally, in terms of reusable bags, I really hope all of us on this campaign hope that people will really use reusable bags to try if you haven't before. They're very convenient. They don't weigh very much. You can jam a whole bunch of them into a small bag and bring them in. They are so much sturdier than plastic bags. You can put 3 or 4 half-gallons of milk in them and not tear. They're wonderful to use. I hope everyone will give it a try. Thank you.
Thank you. Further question? Yes.
Judy Manzo from Precinct 3, and I own a retail store, Bookends, in the center of town. I am very much an environmentalist. I have a daughter who's an environmental engineer, and I have reduced personally my use of plastic bags heavily long before this article. And I just want to point out that I see the biggest thing in this. There's a lot of details, a lot of technicalities, and that's what politics tends to do. This is a simple matter. This is education. People say, well, just train people to do it. We don't have to make all these laws. Well, wrong. This is such a simple thing to do. I would tell you that I've been watching carefully for the last year. For the last, I would say 75 to 80% of people that come in my shop say, oh, I don't need a bag. We'll ask. Every customer gets asked, do you need a bag? I can't tell you. People go out with 3 or 4 books in their arms without a bag. If it's raining and pouring, right now I'm very down to maybe 1 box left of the cheap plastic bags, but you can buy 4 mil or extra heavy plastic bags for those times when it's pouring rain and you have paper in your hand. But I can tell you the attitude of the customers that walk in my shop downtown, 80% at this point are saying, oh, I don't need a bag at all. And how many people are bringing their own? So this is education. This is an opportunity. We don't need to be talking about this. 65 cities and towns have spent days and months and years and hours doing this. This is a good group of people to be around. Look at that list of towns. To me, this is a no-brainer. This is easy to do. We'll get through it. We'll make a tiny step and keep waving our flag as a wonderful green community. I think this needs to be voted. Yes, let's go on and get other business done.
Yes, Senator Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I'm Jason Lewis. I represent Precinct 3. I also have the privilege of representing Winchester in the State Senate. I suspect there are some town meeting members who are sympathetic to this bylaw, but think, wouldn't it be better if as a state enact a law that would apply this policy statewide? And I would concur. I think that it would be better on a policy like this if it was something that was done statewide, so you would have consistent law that would apply in every town and city, same exact specific rules around what type of bag would be prohibited and so forth. But the reality is that this is very unlikely to pass the state legislation signed into law by the governor anytime soon. Although, as mentioned, there is a proposed law that very similar to this bylaw that does tend before the state legislature. And to kind of illustrate that point for you, I just want to give you a couple examples that I happen to chair the Public Health Committee, so I do a lot of work in public health. And so I just looked back and to give you some examples, and 2 of them. One that we all take for granted is that when you go into a restaurant or a workplace, that it's going to be smoke-free. We actually enacted a statewide smoke-free workplace law in Massachusetts in 2004. Turns out there had actually been individual cities and towns enacting their version of a smoke-free workplace law all the way back into the 1990s. And in 2004, when that law passed, at that time, 198 cities and towns had passed their own local bylaw to require smoke-free workplaces. That's about 56% of our cities and towns. And then another example is also in public health, is the policy of raising the minimum legal sales age for tobacco products for our young people from 18 to 21. The first community to pass that policy at the local level was in 2005, which was the town of Needham. Interestingly, they were the first community to do this in the entire country. And today, there are now a little more than 150 cities and towns that have enacted that policy, including Winchester. And the state law to make the legal age 21 statewide, so the same as alcohol, same as marijuana, has now passed the state Senate and is very likely thank you to Ingrid and to Sue and Kellen and the whole team for very good work on this. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Lewis. Thought you were going to tell us we shouldn't wait on the U.S. Congress either. Yes, Mr. Stone. Mr. Wilson. Roger Wilson. Mr. Wilson.
I'm not gonna sing. But I am gonna ask you both to know on this, for two reasons. One, banning things is a poor way to regulate markets. If you want to regulate a market, it would be much better to have a tax. I was in Italy recently and they had plastic bags. Nobody, except for us, used them because there was a fee associated with it. But people did have a choice. And that gets me to another point, which is in talking about our values, one of our most important values, I believe, is not to tell other people what to do unless it's a vital public interest. And that's why we like to vote no on this.
Are there other questions? So this is a majority vote. Yes, sir.
Dexter Crowe, Precinct 2. I'm not interested in seeing this pass, to be honest. Talking about crash, this is Bedford, you don't know who this might be your daughter, where it comes from. I might make a suggestion, I live on Swanton Street, I see it all the time. People run out of talent on their way to the dump, and leave that crap all over the place. That's how it gets all over the place. Littering is illegal, okay, it's already illegal. So now you're gonna take this away, you think people aren't gonna litter. You still got paper cups, you still got cigarette butts. So we're gonna now make these things illegal next. What else is coming down the road? Put an end to it. Somebody somewhere lied to Dustin Carter about this, right? Canvas bags. I've been in the Stop and Shop, and I've seen people come with canvas bags. I understand, everybody puts them through the laundry. So you say. I don't know this. I see them on the conveyor in front of me. I'd rather go to another conveyor. I don't know where that bag is been. Somebody's dragging it in. For all I know, it's sitting on the floor with their aged joggers and concrete on the floor. I don't know. But I see it on the conveyor in front of me. I'm a little put out by that. Okay? Saw a woman the other night behind me, and she put her broccoli, well, not even in a plastic bag, saving the world, put it right on the conveyor. I want to tell her, put it back, get a clean case. You know? Plastic bags serve a good purpose. I got plenty, and I reuse them. Reuse them over and over. Get rid of plastic bags. Can you even get a lid of weed anymore in the bag? Does it come even that way? It always goes in the bag, right? But I'm against this. I think we got my point. Thank you.
Thank you. It's a majority vote. All those in favor of Article 2, adopting the ban as proposed by the proponents, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? No. The ayes have it. Motion passes. Yes. Mr. Conti asked for a standing vote. Is there a second to that request? We'll appoint some tellers. Mr. Johnson, if you could count your section and the Board of Selectmen. Mr. McIntyre, if you could count your section right up to Ms. Grunsback, and then Ms. Kreger, if you could count your section and the Finance Committee, and Mr. Deering, if you could count your section. If the tellers would please rise, raise your right hand. You swear to provide this town meeting with an honest count of the votes and report that to the chair? Thank you. All those in favor of Article 2, please rise, and the tellers will count. Eleven. 34, 29, 45. All those opposed, please rise. One, three. What, Ms. Greer again? 13? 11. One hundred and 47 members of the town meeting having voted, 119 in the affirmative, 28 in the negative, the motion passes. This brings us to Article 3. Article 3 is an article brought also on a citizen petition designed to address certain construction issues. The Select Board has been working with the petitioner and Town Council to refine and amend the terms of that proposal in a way in which it may comport with the necessary legalities and be more usable to the town and its residents. And accordingly, it is moved and seconded that consideration of Article 3 be postponed to a time certain, that time being the first order of business on Monday, May 7th. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Take up Article 3 as the first thing on Monday, May 7th. This brings us to Article 4, brought by the Historical Commission. Under Article 4, it's moved and seconded to see if the town will vote to amend the Town of Winchester Code of Bylaws by adding a new subsection 6.5F to Section 6 revolving funds under Chapter 6 Finance and Fiscal Procedures to establish and authorize a revolving fund for use by the town manager based on the recommendations of the Historical Commission under Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 44, Section 53.5. And the terms of the proposed revolving fund language is as set forth on page 9 of the motion booklet in front of you. In support of the Article 4, its proponents, the Historical Commission. Yes, Mr. Lamonge.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Select Board, Finance Committee, fellow town meeting members. My name is Jack Fleming, I'm the chair of the Winchester Historical Commission. A year and a half ago, at the fall 2016 town meeting, we passed overwhelmingly a revision and enhancement of Chapter 14, the Preservation of Historical Buildings bylaw, formerly known as the Demolition Delay bylaw. While that revision expanded the scope of the Historical Commission's mission, Section 4.4 of that bylaw says that the Commission, quote, is authorized to adopt a schedule of reasonable fees to cover the costs associated with the administration of this bylaw, unquote. We and the Select Board felt that it was appropriate that the property owners who are the beneficiaries of this bylaw should put the costs that are associated with it rather than the taxpayers. To that end, on January 8th of this year, the Select Board voted unanimously to impose a fee of $150 for demolition permit applications. That money to be collected in a revolving fund to help offset the Commission's costs that are associated with its mission. Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 44, Section 53E.5, which, as the moderator said, is cited in the article, authorizes the establishment of these revolving funds for town and city boards, commissions, departments, and offices. We worked closely with Town Council for the past two or three months, as well as with Town Comptroller, to ensure that the bylaw, as proposed tonight in Article 4, was written in accordance with that law.
select board voted unanimously to support this article. This is what we feel revolving funds are for. Normally segregating funds outside of the normal budget process is something that we take very carefully. But the issue is that if we have a lot of permit applications in 1 year, it's very hard the spring before to budget for that. So this is exactly the kind of fund that you need to put the fund revenue so that there is the money to do the permits. Also to note, this is something that every year a town meeting has to approve. So there's going to be a report of how much money there is in the revolving fund, and the town meeting gets to approve the limit that can be spent, as well as whether the revolving fund should continue for the next year. So we urge you to vote yes.
Thank you. The recommendation for Finance Committee, Ms. Allison.
The Finance Committee voted unfavorable action for this article, and I wanted to share a little perspective on why. Generally speaking, Finance Committee is opposed to the use of revolving funds, especially if the department budget exists to meet the funding needs through the regular budgeting process. By utilizing the general fund, town meeting has flexibility to allocate those funds to the priorities of the town, regardless of what those priorities may be and how they may change over time. It also provides visibility into the related amounts, unlike some of the revolving funds where you may not necessarily have as much transparency. Revolving funds require that the associated funds be restricted for use per the design of the respective revolving fund and the town bylaws. That means the town meeting cannot allocate those funds to anything else, even if other expenses are deemed a higher priority. So while there are some existing revolving funds that have been around for years, most of them fall into the category of funds that don't really belong in one department. The Finance Committee is expecting to take up a few of those funds at town meeting next year. After reviewing the Historical Commission's request, Finance Committee is confident that the needs of the Historic Commission can be addressed through the regular budgeting process. We fully support the application fee that they want to collect. Those funds can go into the general fund, just like many other fees that are charged by other departments, such as dog license fees. The costs that are incurred to generate the necessary reports for the Historical Commission can be covered through the annual department budget. If a shortfall occurs because of the change or because the number of applications, suddenly shift, Finance Committee can review a reserve fund transfer request from the Historical Commission and address their funding needs through that process. So keeping as many funds as possible in the general fund will give town meeting the greatest flexibility for budgeting going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Allison. Further on the question, Mr. Conti.
Reporting requirement, and also that the town meeting must vote on a limit to how much funds can be expended each year. And I know that we have one of the later articles includes limitations for other revolving funds, but this particular revolving fund is not included within that bylaw. So there would be a problem with the Finance Committee, with the Historical Commission expending any funds unless and until those requirements are met.
Thank you, Mr. Conti. Yes, in response to the town meeting member's question, town council addressing the particular issues as to the legality of the article as proposed. Mr. McCord.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Mr. Conti is correct that there could not be an expenditure this fiscal year. At a subsequent town meeting, we would have to set the cap. So on that question, that's correct. Regarding the reporting requirement, there are 4 requirements for the revolving fund under the revolving fund statute for the bylaws that establishes the revolving fund. The 4th of those is that any reporting or other requirements the city or town may impose need to be included in the bylaw. If the city or town is not including such reporting requirements, there are none to put in. But you don't have to have reporting requirements in each of these.
Thank you, Mr. McCord. Further on the question? Majority vote required. All those in favor of the Article 4 as presented, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? No. Chair's in doubt. All those in favor, please rise. And the teller will count. 7. 14 and 17.
Sixteen.
16. All those opposed, please rise.
Eleven.
11. 14.
12.
12.
12.
12. Three members of the town meeting having voted, 54 in the affirmative, 49 in the negative, the article passes. Which brings us to Article 5. Under Article 5, brought by the Planning Board, it is moved and seconded that the town vote to amend Section 7.3.2.20.1, Found 7 of the Winchester zoning bylaw as follows: deleted language structure and proposed language in bold. The language and the changes are as set forth on page 11 of the motion booklet under Article 5. In support, the proponents of the article, the planning board, through the planning director, Mr. Zagelli. Mr. Zagelli.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Hello, town meeting. We're just going to get right to it. We're talking about Article 5, 7.3.20, number 1, parking in the center business district. So we're just talking about regulations in 7.3, which is the center business district. The main objective of all the proposed changes to the bylaws, which is 5, 6, 7, and 8, this is all to clarify, simplify, or delete unnecessary language. There are no new substantive initiatives to spring from the planning board. So the special permit criteria for section 9.4.2 as related to 7.3 is to clarify screening of parking requirements. The projects that that are addressed by this change are new parking areas that are at or below grade in the center business district. What we're changing here is one word due to an inconsistency that this was a mistake that we made the first time around. There's no way further to do parking at ground level as well as under a building. So this should have been, the and should have been or. I can just stop right there. Hopefully we can move forward. But this is the only change that's part of Article 5 is fixing an inconsistency so the sentence reads correctly and it's talking about either of these provisions.
Thank you, Mr. Zagelli. We have a recommendation from the select board.
The select board recommends favorable action on this article.
The motion comes under Article 5. It's a change in the bylaw. 2/3 vote is required. The chair will attempt a voice vote. In the first instance, all those in favor of Article 5, please say aye. Opposed? Chair declares the vote unanimous. Article 5 passes by the 2/3 threshold. This brings us to Article 6. We're going to see if we can do 6, 7, 8, 9, and then we'll get ourselves out of here and come back at 10. So nice job in 5, Mr. Zagelli. Article 6. So we're going to second to see if the town will vote to amend section 9.5.1 of the Winchester zoning bylaw as follows: the lead language structure and proposed language in bold, all as set forth on page 12 of the motion of the motion booklet. In support of Article 12, its proponent, the planning board, through its director, Mr. Zagelli. Mr. Zagelli.
We'll go right into the background. Article 6, this is to clarify an existing provision to count all habitable space within the third floor of the structure when determining the site plan review is necessary. Site plan review is triggered by a specific square footage. We're talking about how to count that third floor square footage. Additionally, legal counsel suggested edits for the consistency within the section. So we'll go through those very quickly. So language consistency and change of use
those were all these changes within the three different areas that we were looking at, which are the RDA 20, the RDB 10, and the RG 6.5. Those are the three main residential districts in town. The building code, like I said, requires 7 feet of headroom to be considered habitable. We're just trying to streamline a little bit of the process so we don't have to review these projects that are where something has already been built. So like I said, a waste of time for everyone. That's all I have for Article 6.
Do we have a recommendation from the select board? The select board recommends favorable action on Article 6. Further in the question? Motion comes before the town meeting as previously stated. Yes, sir.
I see, I'm Andy Ambrosio, precinct 6. I see there below any floor area with a headroom of 7 feet or higher. I believe what the code says is 7 feet is from the floor of the wall, going up the wall to where the ceiling meets. If you have a cathedral ceiling in that room, such that if that third floor were under 7 feet, 6 feet 11, and it had a cathedral ceiling, headroom is not the issue. It's where the from floor to ceiling, that's the 7 feet, not headroom.
The town meeting member asked a question about the calculation and the use of the term headroom as it's used in the article, and the issue is the town meeting member suggests that the measurement of headroom is from the floor to where the wall meets the ceiling, as opposed to the room above someone standing in the middle of the room. And the question is, how is headroom being used in the context of that article?
So in the residential building code, we need 7 feet of clearance. Where that's measured is from, so if you have an angle of the normal roof, where as soon as you get to 7 feet, you basically go down, and whatever area it has at least 7 feet of headroom, that's what you count. The area that's on the side that's below 7 feet, like near the knee wall, doesn't count. So it's not necessarily an extremely straightforward calculation, but we're just using what the residential building code offers us.
Yes, Mr. Ambrosio, follow up.
What I was really saying is, on the third floor, if the wall, floor and ceiling is under 7 feet, the cathedral ceiling would be classified as an attic, either finished or unfinished. If it's above 7 feet, it would be considered living space, finished or unfinished.
The term that we used was, is the living space, meaning that it's specifically 7 feet or higher. So if it's 6 feet 11, that would not count, but it would not be counted as livable space according to the building code.
Thank you, Mr. Zucchelli. Motion comes before the town meeting under Article 6, as previously stated, two-thirds vote required. The chair will try a voice vote in the first instance. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Chair declares vote unanimous, being two-thirds threshold. This brings us to Article 7. Under Article 7, also brought by the planning board, it is moved and seconded to see if the town will vote to add a new section 9.5.1A to the Winchester zoning bylaw as set forth on page 14 in the motion booklet. In support of the motion is proponent of the planning board, to its director, Mr. Zucchelli. Mr. Zucchelli.
So the objective here is to move and edit an existing provision to a more appropriate location. This is not a new provision. This is taking it out of one section and putting it in another. This article affects projects that are under 500 square feet. So this has to do with triggering site plan review. The idea is for any projects that are relatively small, under 500 square feet, that you would be able to have a waiver from site plan review. So the waiver is still there. It was in there previously. What we're doing is moving it from the end of 6 until
zoning board of appeals may waive site plan approval, provided that it finds that the impact of the proposal on the neighborhood would not be significant. So, that is all I have for Article 7.
I hope that's a reusable later pointer. May we have a recommendation from the select board?
The select board recommends favorable action on Article 7.
The motion comes before the town meeting in Article 7 as previously, I'm sorry, Mr. Wilson and then Mr. Conti.
Mr. Moderator, I'd like to know why we need an architect to measure 500 square feet.
The question to the proponent is, why is architect certification necessary to measure 500 square feet? Referring to the parenthetical phrase as verified by a registered architect.
I don't have an extremely straightforward, very good answer for this. Definitely job security for architects. So we have been, as a positive point, we have definitely been seeing a lot more, nearly everything that we've been seeing to go through site plan review is with a registered architect. This was voted on simply in order to, just like anyone would stamp a plan saying that this is verified, we wanted to have it stamped. The only way to do that is to have it by a registered architect, just for it to be verified. In terms of why it has to be a registered architect, I think it's this, we wanted it verified, and the only person to verify that would most likely be a registered architect. Land surveyor would not do that.
So the town meeting is in order, we can take further questions. We're going to get to Mr. Conti's first. Mr. Conti.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I would point out that a 500 square foot project is a tiny addition. And the purpose of these amendments that the planning board has proposed is to eliminate unnecessary site plan reviews. And requiring a registered architect to certify 500 square feet is going to substantially increase costs for tiny projects. Projects that only involve 500 square feet of change are not projects in general that would require a registered architect's involvement. So you're going to be requiring, it's going to make costs for people making small changes to their homes, have to go to an architect and spend a substantial amount of money to have a piece of paper stamped. I would move that we amend this proposal by striking the words verified by a registered architect, because I frankly don't think it's necessary, it's an unnecessary expense to average Winchester homeowners.
The town meeting member has made a motion to amend the article in front of the town meeting. Is there a second? The motion now comes before the town meeting on a motion to amend Article 7 as presented. The amendment would delete the parenthetical phrase as verified by a registered architect. On the motion to amend, the motion to amend comes before the town meeting. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? No. Motion to amend passes. The motion is now before the town meeting under Article 7 as amended. Reads as set forth on page 14 of the motion booklet with the deletion of the words as verified by a registered architect. On the motion as amended, Ms. Sarah?
I have an additional question or comments about the rewording. It seems that the old wording said that you might waive this particular instance at a public meeting, but the new wording is more spongy, might I say, because it says that it will provide that the impact of the proposal on the neighborhood will not be significant. It does not mean that that will be in a public meeting. It also seems to say that the waiver and the zoning board waive site plan approval, not just under 9.5.1. I guess that's implied by the 5.1A waiver, but it just seems to be, the language needs to be more precise, I think, so that it's not contradictory to other sections.
The town meeting member makes a point as to the specificity of the language in the amendment as proposed, and whether the language as stated is adequate to serve the purposes of the proponents. In response to the town meeting member's comments, Mr. Krieger, town council, Mr. Krieger.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Art Krieger, Town Council. The answer on the public meeting point is that under the open meeting law, the only decision that can be made by the board is at a public meeting. So it doesn't need to.
Ms. Sarah.
It was at a public meeting in deleted language. It was never a hearing requirement. And it doesn't need to. So it was at a public meeting, and although it doesn't say it in the revised version, by operation of law, it has to be a public meeting. On the other point, what this amendment actually does is adds a standard. It had no standard before. Just as the zoning board may waive the site plan requirement. This adds the standard about impact on the neighborhood, which is a well-recognized standard under the zoning act and under the zoning bylaw. The ZBA is used to making that determination, and this actually tightens the language by providing a criterion for it.
Thank you, Mr. Krieger. The motion as amended under Article 7 now comes before the town meeting. It is changed to the bylaw to require a 2/3 vote. All those in favor of Article 7 as amended, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Chair declares vote unanimous. 2/3 vote threshold hasn't been met. This brings us to Article 8. Under Article 8, it's moved to second to see if the town will vote to amend Section 10 of the Winchester zoning bylaw to delete unnecessary definitions as follows: delete language struck through or take any other action in relation thereto. The deletions in Section 10 are set forth on page 15 of the motion booklet. In support of the motion is Planning Board through its director, Mr. Zucchelli. Mr. Zucchelli.
This article proposes to delete two unnecessary definitions. Mainly, projects that are addressed by this change are duplexes, because we changed the definition of a duplex last town meeting, which made these two definitions unnecessary and confusing. So we are getting rid of both of them and just using the duplex definition in order to whenever a duplex gets evaluated, we are using that new definition of duplex. If you actually even look at these attached and detached dwelling definitions, they reference each other, and you kind of get in a circular loop and want to hurt yourself. So we're trying to make that not happen.
May we have recommendations from the select board?
The select board recommends favorable action on Article 8.
Matter comes before the town meeting on Article 8 as previously presented. Motion required, change the bylaw requires a 2/3 vote. Chair will attempt a voice vote in the first instance. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Chair declares vote unanimous. 2/3 threshold having been met. This brings us to the last matter which we'll consider this evening. Article 9. Under Article 9 brought by the select board, it's moved and seconded to see if the town will vote to amend the bylaws of the town of Winchester by replacing the bylaw passed as Article 20 of the 2017 fall town meeting with a new Chapter 24 as follows, and the language reads as set forth on page 16 of the motion booklet. In support of the motion, the select board through its chairperson, Mr. Bettencourt. Mr. Bettencourt.
This is really just a cleanup of the bylaw that was passed at the 2017 fall town meeting. And I think one of the significant points of it is really the spirit of the vote in 2017 was to limit retail establishment and not necessarily testing facilities. And the bylaw does some other small corrections.
Motion comes before the town meeting under Article 9 as previously presented. Majority vote required. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. Motion passes. So we will come back on Monday, May 7th at 7:30 in this auditorium. We will start start with Article 3 and then proceed to Article 10. Chair will entertain a motion to adjourn until Monday, May 7th. Motion having been made second, all those in favor? See you on Monday, May 7th. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, town meeting, first session of Winchester Spring Town Meeting has just adjourned. So let's go through and give you a recap of what has happened tonight. Girl Scouts opened it. Troop 77026 opened it with a presentation of the flag and the colors. We heard some tributes to two former selectmen who passed away since the last meeting, Paul Amico, who was chair in 1969, and Larry Smith, who was chair in 1976. A moment of silence for both of those elected officials. We also heard tribute to Richard Howard, our town manager, and this is his last town meeting as he's retiring in about a month. And also to Charles Sekris, who was on the planning board and very involved in the rezoning and restructuring of Winchester Sound Center in the 80s. He's not passing away, he's just moving out of town. So he was also lauded for his efforts. Article 1, of course, as always, is the report of the town boards. We heard from the chairman of the select board, Michael Betancourt, who also paid tribute to the outgoing selectman Jim Whitehead and the newly elected member Jackie Welch. Said that the select board is looking to reach 10% affordable housing stock in Winchester to have more control over affordable housing. He said there's a traffic committee, planned improvements in traffic in Winchester is on the town's website. The town is also seeking to get $54 million for the reconstruction or repairs to the train station in the center. Also said that the school budget is going up 4 to 5% per year, and also commented that the town needs to invest in teachers' salaries as well as the buildings for the school. Finance Committee report was next. The chairman said they need to maintain a reserve of 6 to 10%, which is becoming more and more difficult, but that is necessary to maintain the town's AAA bond rating and keep the costs of borrowing low. Some of the expenses for fiscal year 19, health insurance is up 11.5%, public safety up 4.1%, DPW up 1.6%, education up 4.7%, and the bright spot energy is down 9%. School committee chair talked about the mission statement of the school committee and new hours for the elementary school from 8:10 to 2:30, and for the upper class McCall and high school will be now 8:30 to 3:07. Also commented on the success of the first year of a full-day kindergarten program. She also said that there are 800 special needs students in the Winchester schools, which is a significant part of the school budget. She said that average teacher salaries were below average for comparable towns in the area, and per pupil spending is second to lowest in comparable towns. Planning Board report was next, talking about the Center Business, Planning Board's mission to administer zoning in the Center Business District, which was given to it by the rezoning of the Center Business District a year or two ago. Said that there's a survey for the Winchester Master Plan on the town's website. That site was surveymonkey.com/WinchesterPlan, although as I said, I tried that while we were in recess, didn't work, so I would recommend you going to the town's website. Concerns about zoning and construction or planning for North Main Street. So the consultant is going to revise the general business district regulations to be more like the center business district. Concerns by the planning board on mansionizing, taking down small houses and building much larger houses in their place, and saying that is not meeting the residents' needs for some smaller housing, and that the taxes will be rising because of that. Richard Howard, our town manager, spoke next, talking about the financial concerns of the town, and in his words, it was not a crisis, but needs watching. He suggested there will probably be a need for an operational override in fiscal year 20 or 21. Town has been traditionally passing specific overrides for things like school construction, but the general operational override is probably going to be necessary, in Mr. Howard's opinion. Talked about the financial benefits of the construction now ongoing at Winning Farm. The McCall expansion, which was funded by the town election at the end of March, is now underway. The Skillings Field artificial field turf project is scheduled to be finished this spring, and he expressed his personal thanks to the residents of the town and the staff in Town Hall during his 6.5 years here. Library trustees had an emotional thank you to the town and grateful for the support in the recent tragedy in the library. Board of Health talked about safety of their mission for safety of food, vaccine clinics, and youth behavior among their duties. They said they had the first ever HPV vaccine clinic for middle school students, and talked about the efforts in the Coalition for a Safer Community. Winchester Cultural Council, their mission is to support arts in the town. They lauded former WinCam board member Margaret Taya's film Greening of Winchester, which will be screened and will be available on YouTube and Vimeo, and talked about their support for the Family Farm Nights at Bright Log Farm, and the Mass Memories Roadshow, which will be coming to town this fall, where residents can share pictures and memories and add to the town's historical archives. After recess, we took up Article 2, which was a ban on plastic bags. There was a little bit of redefining the definition for 4 mil plastic bags before that was amended. The motion was amended, rather, because apparently there was something for less than 4 mils and more than 4 mils, but not addressing exactly 4 mils. Ingrid Geis, chairman of the Shop Local and Bring Your Own Bag Committee, was the proponent of the article. She said it protects the beauty and waterways and wildlife. It takes steps towards protecting the beauty, waterways, and wildlife of the town. It only affects checkout bags, not other wrapping bags. She talked about the fact that these bags break down in waterways into small particles and whose effect is unknown in the food chain. 60% of towns on the Mystic River watershed, she said, are working or have passed plastic bag bans. Said the town uses approximately 7 million bags per year. 66 towns in Massachusetts have passed bans, and there is a 6 to 12 month transition period for shop owners. Town meeting member Anthony Conti spoke in his opposition to this. Carolyn Starrett from Sustainable Winchester said they're very much in favor of this. Another town meeting member urged a no vote in both poetry and song. Judy Manzo, the owner and operator of Bookends in town, said most of her patrons don't, quote unquote, don't need a bag. 80% of them don't need a bag. Senator Jason Lewis also commented that this ban was unlikely to pass at the state level. There was a voice vote on this, but since it was challenged, there was a count, and it did pass by 119 to 28. Article 3 was postponed until our next meeting on 7th. It refers to restrictions on construction hours, which moved on to Article 4 to establish a revolving fund for the Historical Commission. Income would be derived from demolition permits issued to the town. We heard from the chairman. The Finance Committee, however, was opposed to this, but they said they're generally opposed to revolving funds for the lack of control that they have over it. That passed by a vote of 54 to 49. Articles 5, 6, 7, and 8 were all by the planning board. First one was to screen parking, clarification of the wording for screening of parking in the central business district. which had said at and below grade, and should have said at or below grade. That was passed unanimously. Article 6 was to count all third floor footage for whether a project qualified for site plan review. And we heard from Brian Zakel, the town planner, saying that there were a lot of people who would not finish the third floor to avoid site plan review, and then as soon as the project was finished, they would finish off that floor. So this was clarifying it to a section, if the third floor of a residence was potentially habitable, which meant it had a ceiling height of 7 feet or greater, it would come under site plan review. That passed unanimously. Article 7 was to waive, allow the planning board to waive site plan review for projects of 500 feet or less. That was amended to remove an architect requirement, but it was passed unanimously. Article 8 deleted several unnecessary definitions of duplexes in the town's bylaw, also passed unanimously. And Article 9, proposed by the select board, clarification of the bylaw to prohibit retail marijuana establishments within town, was passed unanimously. So that leaves us, our second meeting will be next Monday, the 7th. The traditional second meeting of the week on Thursday clashes with the High School Hall of Fame sports banquet, so that is traditionally postponed. And by town's bylaw, fiduciary articles, anything that involves spending of money must wait until the 1st of May. So, and this being April 30th, we couldn't take it up. And it would have been awful late tonight. So, we thank you for staying with us. It was a late town meeting, but town meeting's ready to go with Article 3 that was postponed, and then on to the budget and financial articles. The moderator estimates that it will be 2 sessions, which will be next Monday and next Thursday. Should be able to wrap up the business of spring town meeting. And we'll be back on Monday here at WinCam to cover it live here at Winchester High School. Thanks for joining us tonight. Thank you to the WinCam crew. I'm Alan Knight. Have a good night.
Alan, you're a master of your craft.
Oh, thank you, sir, thank you. I was getting live feedback from a friend of mine who I'd text, who said there was a loud hiss on the audience mic.
Yeah,
David said he's aware of it, but then he said, it went away, so, he said this.
That was the big hurdle tonight, was audio in its entirety.
Well, he said that, after that first one, then he texted back and said, nope, it's fine now. So whatever it was.
Hopefully I fixed it, so.
Did you do something?
Yeah, I was messing with a bunch of stuff.
Yeah. Well, whatever it is, apparently, you did fix it, so.
That's why I
nice work.